afternoon, everyone. This is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Protests are continuing tonight in Turkey after the top rival to President Erdogan was arrested back on Wednesday. We're going to cover that. We're going to bring you some updates on the Trump administration. We're going to show you some video of a cabinet meeting. Trump is supposed to speak fairly soon as well. So we're going to show you that live, I think. And just bring you updated here. Let me get a little volume on this. It might be a little loud at first. I'll have to turn it down. Actually, we have two different shots, actually. If I can get the other one on the screen. We got two different shots. There we go. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Give me one moment. Now, the past several days, protesters have come out, and their police have forcibly cleared them out. So I'm assuming the same thing's going to happen today, because the Erdogan government has, from what I understand, banned protests, temporarily banned protests. But a lot of people are coming out anyway and protesting. Oh, I might have another video. Hold on a second. Which one is this? I think I have a third video. So if you give me a second, I'll get that for you. And we'll get you some updates. President Trump today is in theory supposed to speak at 2 Eastern time, I believe. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Give me a moment here. Thanks to all of our moderators for being here. We have our moderators, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi over on YouTube, Janet B. Thank you. Also, we have Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. We have our Twitch moderators, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev. And we have our Facebook moderators, thanks to them. Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley are moderating, thank you. There's police right there. We can see police in the back right there, a line of police. Thank you to to Rita Evans-Lang for subscribing on Facebook. So a couple things, again, in a short time, I will have a video of President Trump speaking at his cabinet meeting today with other cabinet members. At some point during this broadcast, we will play that video for you. Also, President Trump is supposed to speak, I think with, is it with the governor of Louisiana? I gotta look this up here. President Trump is supposed to speak live with the governor of Louisiana in about 10 minutes, although I don't know if that's going to be delayed. So my plan is to show you guys that as well. That's the plan. So we'll be covering all this stuff today during our stream. Trump and the cabinet, they already met. If you're watching a live feed of it now, what you're watching is a tape of it or a recording of it, because the Trump cabinet meeting today was, the way they did it was they let people record it, but then the video was released after. So I can see a video being played of it right now, but it's not live. That's my understanding of what happened, because people were reporting on it before it was playing. Sometimes with the White House events, they do it that way, where they let it be recorded, but they don't. The video doesn't get released until it's actually out. Thank you to Tim Glenn for your support. Tim is asking about the process of kicking a country out of NATO. You know, Tim, I was reading an article last night that said a number of NATO countries consider Turkey a very valuable security partner. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Also, thanks to the one and only our member. I'm planning on showing both the video of the cabinet meeting and also a live video of Trump speaking. But I can't show everything at once. So for the moment, I'm going to keep our eyes on this footage, because this is all live. And we'll see what happens here. I'm going to give you a little summary update of what's going on there in Turkey. But the main political rival of President Erdogan, Mayor of Istanbul, İmamoğlu, was arrested on Wednesday, and now he has been jailed and removed from office in what critics of Erdogan see as an attempt to basically sideline the political opposition before the next presidential election. Hey, thanks Macro Geek for the memberships. Here, let me read you a little something here. Associated Press reports that Turkey detains journalists as protests grow over the jailing of key Erdogan rival. A media union said Turkish authorities arrested several journalists at their homes in a crackdown Monday amid growing protests over the jailing of Istanbul's mayor, a top rival to President Erdogan. A court yesterday formally arrested Mayor Ekrem Imamoglu and ordered him jailed pending a trial on corruption charges. His detention on Wednesday sparked the largest wave of street demonstrations in Turkey in more than a decade, deepening concerns over democracy and the rule of law. The Dispersion Media Workers Union said at least 8 reporters and photojournalists were detained in what it called an attack on press freedoms and the people's right to learn the truth. It called for their immediate release. I didn't even know if we would have live feeds today. The social media platform X said it was objecting to multiple court orders from Turkish authorities to block more than 700 accounts, including of news organizations, journalists, and political figures in Turkey. Politico.eu reported, I read this yesterday on the air, that some accounts have already been blocked on X. Over 1,100 people have been detained since the mayor was arrested at his home. The Interior Minister of Turkey said some circles have been exploiting the right to assemble and demonstrate, attempting to disrupt public order, incite street unrest, and attack our police. Hundreds of thousands of people have come out for the largely peaceful protests across Turkey in support of the mayor. There has been some violence, with police deploying water cannons and tear gas, which we saw yesterday, and pepper spray and firing plastic pellets at protesters in Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir. Some protesters hurled stones, fireworks, and other objects at riot police. You can see the police on the right here. If you look to the right, you see that line of police there on the right. Associated Press says in a message on social media, Imamoglu urged people to rally outside City Hall and other locations for a 6th-night Monday. This is the 6th night. 6th straight night of protests. He also called on youths to avoid clashes and asked police to treat demonstrators with kindness. The mayor's, AP says the mayor's jailing is widely regarded as a political move to remove a major challenge to Erdogan from the next presidential race scheduled for 2028, although it is thought it might happen sooner than that. Government officials reject the accusations and insist that Turkey's courts operate independently. Imamoglu was jailed on suspicion of running a criminal organization, accepting bribes, extortion, illegally recording personal data, and bid rigging, accusations he has denied. A request for him to be imprisoned on terror-related charges was rejected, though he still faces prosecution. Alongside Mayor Imamoglu, 47 other people were also jailed pending trial, including a key aide and 2 district mayors from Istanbul. Imamoglu, the mayor of Istanbul, who has now been jailed and removed from office by the government, was elected mayor of Turkey's largest city, Istanbul, in March 2019 in a major blow to President Erdogan and his Justice and Development Party, which had controlled Istanbul for a quarter century. Erdogan's party had pushed to void the municipal election results in Istanbul, alleging irregularities. The challenge resulted in a repeat of the election a few months later, which Imamoglu also won. Also, Imamoglu retained his seat following local elections last year, during which the main opposition party, the CHP, made significant gains against Erdogan's governing party. No, both of these streams are from Istanbul. They are both from Istanbul. if we're hearing fireworks now or what from one of the... I'll go back and forth. If something happens on one of the two shots, I can make that the one that's bigger. Our viewer Kaltenberg thinks Erdogan has to be very careful with this. Thank you to Yastreb, our member Yastreb. Thank you. Yeah, some of our viewers are mentioning rocket alerts. There have been a number of rocket and missile alerts in recent days in Israel, so I'll keep an eye on it and let you know any updates I get. This looks like maybe it could be a possibly a missile alert coming from the Houthis. The Houthis have fired several missiles at Israel in recent days, so there's a bunch of rocket alerts. Yes, N12 News says the current alerts in Israel are due to firing from Yemen. So, yes, looks like another missile launch from Yemen, from the Houthis towards Israel. That has happened several times in recent days. So I'll keep you updated about that. But that has happened several times in recent days. Yeah, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, says sirens sounded in several areas of Israel following a projectile that was launched from Yemen. Let me show you something else. Let me show you this other shot here. There's the other shot. What's going? Is that police there? What are we looking at here? The reason you are seeing a lot of rocket alerts is when a missile is fired towards Israel rather than rockets, you actually get often a lot of rocket alerts. So the IDF says this was a one projectile, probably a missile that was fired from Yemen. Thank you to Tim Glenn for your support. Tim thinks some people have paintball guns. I don't know. Thank you, Tim. You can see the police right there, that line of police on the right side there. You know, this is the 6th night of protests in Turkey, and what's happened on I know several previous nights, I don't know if it's every one, but on several previous nights, you end up having the police, they're there, and then they start moving forward and clearing it out. And we saw that last night, and I'm expecting that's going to happen tonight as well. President Trump is supposed to speak live soon. When he does, I'd like to carry that for you. He's speaking with the governor of Louisiana. Later on in the broadcast, we will show you the Trump cabinet meeting video from today. There's also an interesting story today, which we'll talk about later. I'm not going to get into it right now. We'll talk about it later, where a reporter from The Atlantic reported, and this reporter from The Atlantic actually posted, it looks like this is a true story because he posted parts of this conversation. A reporter from The Atlantic apparently was accidentally included on a messaging app chat in which the Secretary of Defense and other government officials were talking about the planning of the strike, of the U.S. strike on the Houthis in Yemen, the initial one. And the title of the article is "The Trump Administration Accidentally Texted Me Its War Plans." And it's by Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic. And he actually shows some of the stuff in the article that he received. And he actually said he got the plans, the precise information about weapons packages, targets, and timing shortly before the attack began. So if you go to my X account, I posted it there. I'll post the link in the chat. You can read it. So it's a big story today, so we can talk about that later. I just posted the link, but you can read it. But it certainly looks legit. And then a National Security Council spokesman told the author of the article that appeared to be a legit message chain. So somebody from the National Security Council, a spokesperson, Brian Hughes, in the article told the author of the article, yes, that does appear to be an actual message chain, and we don't know, we're looking into how somebody accidentally got on it. Guys, I can only show you the streams I have the rights to. I can't just steal any stream I want to from the internet. So I get these streams are from Reuters, but I'm sorry, I can't just go grab other streams, whatever streams I want. So we'll be showing the streams that I have the rights to show you. Just to update you on Israel, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that a ballistic missile launched by the Houthis at Israel was successfully intercepted by air defenses. Oh, I bet they posted about this to the military. We have something burning over there. Anyways, Times of Israel's Manny Fabian is saying that the missile launched at Israel by the Houthis was successfully intercepted before it crossed the border of the airspace into Israel. That is the 6th Houthi attack on Israel in the past week. So certainly the Houthis have not been completely deterred by the U.S. attack on the Houthis. The Houthis have now launched 6 attacks on Israel in the past week.
Hold on a moment.
So President Trump is going to be making a live appearance soon. So I'd like to show you that. He is speaking. He's going to be speaking with the. He's going to be speaking with the governor of Louisiana. So, assuming I have video of that, I will put it up on the screen when it happens. Police there. Look at this. Is that pepper spray? Are we seeing pepper spray right there? Hang on. Is that pepper spray right there? All right. Now things are heating up a little bit here. What is happening? Fireworks going off of some sort. Brad thinks that was a flare. Thank you, Tim Glenn, for your support. Thank you, Tim. You can see all the police on the right side there. Hold on a second. The White House is about to go live, so let me pull that up on the screen for you. President Trump will be live in a moment. So we have a bunch going on right now. Again, President Trump is going to be speaking with the governor of Louisiana shortly live, and we will bring you the audio from that as soon as it starts. And the video, actually. You can see it in the corner of your screen there. We are keeping an eye on the protests in Turkey. The one you're looking at is from Istanbul. Huge line of police on the right, protesters on the left. As I mentioned, we will be playing the video of the Trump cabinet meeting later. I can only do so many things at once. So later in the broadcast, we will be playing the video of the Trump cabinet meeting, or the part of it that that the media was allowed to film. And then we have another, we have this. We have another protest shot from Istanbul too over here. Too much to show at the same time. Thanks so much to Tallulah A. Bell. Thanks Tallulah A. Bell for your support. Thanks also to our viewer in Turkey, Kidem Siz Atli Akçu. Thank you, Kidem Siz from Turkey.
Kardeş, pardon kardeş, biraz sola kayabilir misin?
Thank you also, Mom of 457 Rose. And also thanks to Wazi on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing, Wazi on Twitch. Also, Redefine Happiness. Thank you for the gift sub on Twitch, Redefine Happiness. Reuters notes that tens of thousands of Turks, some reports say hundreds of thousands, have taken to the streets in mostly peaceful demonstrations since Wednesday, when the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem Imamoglu, was detained on charges such as graft in aiding a terrorist group. He is President Erdogan's main political rival and who leads him in some opinion polls. The opposition party, the CHP, which Imamoglu is in, has condemned the move as politically motivated and urged supporters to demonstrate lawfully. Critics of the regime say it is a political move attempting to detain and weaken the political opposition there by removing removing the president's top political rival. Reuters also calls Imamoglu, the former mayor, now that he has been jailed and stripped of his office. Reuters said of Imamoglu, he is Erdogan's main rival and the biggest threat to President Erdogan's more than 22-year reign. Thank you to Tim Glenn. Thank you to Channeling Gary for your support. Thank you, Ya for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks also to our member, Gurhan Shiftchi. Am I reading that right? Gurhan Shiftchi? Thank you, Gurhan. One of these videos paused. The middle video is paused for the moment. Now it's back. And thank you, Scott Gimbel, our member as well.
Gençler, pardon. Abi beni çeker misiniz? Sabahtan bir çekti, zor zaten. Sizi çekiyoruz valla.
Başkasını çekiyor.
Şuraya geçin. İleride, ta o köşeye gidiyor.
Thanks also to our new member, Effie Oaksus. Effie Oaksus, thank you. To repeat, we are keeping up with these protests. Also, President Trump is going to be speaking live with the governor of Louisiana any moment now, so we'll planning on bringing you that. This is the sixth straight night of protests in Turkey after President Erdogan's main political rival, who is expected to challenge him in the next presidential election, Ekrem Imamoglu, mayor of Istanbul, was arrested on Wednesday. He has now been jailed and removed from office. Critics of the move say it is a move against a political rival, a political move. The Erdogan government denies that. And these are the biggest street protests in Turkey in over a decade. The past several nights, these protests have ended with police clearing out the protests. Will we see that again tonight? Here's some police on the other shot over here. Look at this. Oops. That's police right there on the other shot. And there's protesters there. So we have two different shots from Istanbul we are keeping an eye on right now. Oh, there, hold on. The Trump event has started. Let me turn on the audio from the Trump event. See if I can do this and balance this all out. I'm going to turn the protest audio down, and I'm going to turn the Trump audio up for the moment, because Trump is about to speak. Give me a moment here. Is the audio on there yet? Hold on a second.
Okay, we have a beautiful announcement to make. It's very exciting. Money is pouring in. We want to keep it that way. And I think that's what's going to happen. We have tremendous interest in our country, more than ever before. There's never been anything like it. We're almost at a $4 trillion level, and that's something that's never happened. And I think hopefully it's because of the election on November 5th, but it's also because of tariffs, I suspect, Governor. But I'm thrilled to welcome Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, a friend of mine for a long time, and to have you at the White House. We thought this was going to happen, and I said, if you get it signed up, we'll do it at the White House, and you got it all done. I'm proud of you. Not surprised. Executive Chairman of Hyundai Motor Group, Jung E-sun. Thank you very much. What a great honor. Vice Chairman Jay Chang. Jay, thank you. Hyundai Steel President Soo Gang-hyun. Thank you very much, President. That's big stuff. And former Ambassador Sung Kim. Thank you very much. Great honor to have all of you. Also, and these names are much less difficult for me, but I think we got them right. But this one we will definitely get right. Mike Johnson, our great speaker, and he's been doing a real job. Right, Mike? It's an easy job, isn't it? House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Steve? Doing all right, Steve. I'll tell you. He went through a lot, and he's stronger than ever. Louisiana Speaker Philip Duvalier. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senate President Cameron Henry. State Representative Ken Brass. State Senator Annie Lambert. And Ascension Parish President Clint Coint-Ment. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. Great to have you with us. Today we're delighted to report that Hyundai is announcing a major $5.8 billion investment in American manufacturing. In particular, Hyundai will be building a brand new steel plant in Louisiana, which will produce more than 2.7 million metric tons of steel a year, creating more than 1,400 jobs for American steelworkers. And then there'll be major expansion after that. This will be Hyundai's first ever steel mill in the United States, one of the largest companies in the world, by the way, supplying steel for its auto parts and auto plants in Alabama and Georgia, which will soon produce more than 1 million American-made cars every single year. The cars are coming into this country at levels never seen before. Get ready. This investment is a clear demonstration that tariffs very strongly work, and I hope other things also, but the tariffs are bringing them in at levels that have not been witnessed. Hyundai will be producing steel in America and making its cars in America, and as a result, they'll not have to pay any tariffs. You know, there are no tariffs if you make your product in America, so it's something that's why so many people are coming. As you know, we have from Taiwan, the biggest chip manufacturer in the world, is coming in with $200 billion, and we have a lot of people coming and plants coming and companies coming that never would have been here, never would have even thought about it. The new steel plant in Louisiana is part of an even larger $21 billion investment Hyundai will be making in the United States over the next couple of years. The company will also be massively increasing its auto manufacturing in Georgia and investing billions of dollars in advanced American technology companies. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask the executive chairman to say a few words, and it's a great honor to have Hyundai, a truly great company. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here today, and thank you for the invitation. And congratulations on the remarkable start to your new term.
It's been good.
All right.
It's been great.
So Hyundai Motor entered the U.S. 1986. Since then, we have invested over $20 billion and now support more than 570,000 American jobs across all 50 states. Today, I'm pleased to announce an additional $21 billion in a new investment over the next 4 years, our largest U.S. invest ever. A key part of this commitment is our $6 billion investment.
Real quick, I just want to mention you're seeing while I think it's the head of Hyundai is speaking on the video on the right. We're seeing a bunch of police move into place on that video. These are two different videos from Istanbul, I believe at two different locations. So we're keeping an eye on these while the White House event is going on. But you could just see a bunch of police move into place. They're on the police on the video on the right. They're on the left of the shot. They're on the left side. You can see them there on the left side. And on the video in the background I have, the police are on the right side. So see, the police are right here. See all the white helmets there? So we'll have to see. I assume at some point the police are going to forcibly try to clear out the protesters on both of these shots. But we'll keep an eye on them, and I'm going to put the audio back up in a second, and we'll hear President Trump speaking. He might answer questions about other things. Maybe somebody will ask him about Turkey. But we're trying to give you coverage of all the stuff going on right now. So, but if anything really urgent happens with the protests while Trump is speaking, well, I'll certainly highlight that. So let me turn the audio back up on the White House event, but we'll keep an eye on the other feeds as well.
In Seoul in 2019.
That's right.
Yeah, and after that, 2020 in Davos, I mentioned about the new plant. So American Jobs was initiated during at the time. Now, as we proudly mark the completion of this transformative project, coincides with the beginning of President Trump's second term, making this moment even more special.
Thank you.
Yeah. Furthermore, HMG will purchase $3 billion worth of U.S. LNG to support America's energy industry and enhance our energy security. All of these efforts will accelerate the localization of our supply chain in the U.S., expand our operations, and grow our American workforce. With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be a stronger partner in America's industrial future. I'd like to personally invite you to visit one of our state-of-the-art manufacturing facility and see firsthand our commitment to the United States and our American workers. So thank you to our American partners and employees and communities. We are really proud to stand with you and proud to build the future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought maybe we have our great speaker and we have two very good friends, Mike and Steve, and you come from a certain state that we're talking about right now that we love, and I've done very well there. I've always won by a lot. I love that state, so I was happy to hear about it. That's why I said, come on over. But Mike, would you and Steve like to say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're excited. It was mentioned earlier what a great start we've had to your second term, and we're just getting started. Everyone should know that. There'll be more of this because it's the policies that are bringing about the great growth, and it's about leadership. And we have a strong new leader back in the White House, and it makes a big difference because everybody around the world is seeing that, and everyone around the country is applauding it. We were on district work period last week, and Steve Scalise and I and our colleagues were traveling around the country doing campaign events, raising money, doing all the things that are necessary to ensure that we keep the House majority for the Republican Party. And I'll just tell you, I was in multiple states over the last week, and everywhere I went, Mr. President, people are excited. There's this great sense of relief, almost euphoria out there, because they know that America's back. This is the America First agenda. We're so grateful for these great friends with Hyundai to invest in Louisiana. We have extraordinary leadership on the state level. And leadership makes a big difference. We're so grateful to be a part of this. We want to tell you all this is a great investment in Louisiana and in America. More to come. Thank you so much. Steve?
Well, thank you again, Mr. President.
All right, for the moment, let me just put up the audio a little more. Well, let me just talk about what's going on in the video. So in both videos from Istanbul, we have protesters next to police. Keeping an eye on both these videos, I wanted to let you hear Trump speak, and we've heard Trump speak, and I think he might speak again, so I'll put the audio back up when he speaks. But for the moment, let's keep an eye also on both of these videos from Istanbul, where you can see lots of police and lots of protesters. The police have not moved forward to start. Are the police moving forward on the top there? I can't really tell. It doesn't really look like it yet, but certainly tense situations in both of these videos that we're keeping an eye on. And let me just put some of the audio up here. So trying to cover both things. When Trump speaks again, I will put up the audio when he is speaking again. Oh, Trump is speaking. Hold on. Trump is speaking again.
The tariffs will go into effect. Is it truly reciprocal? Are there some countries that might get a break or some sectors that might get a break?
Well, I may give a lot of countries breaks, but it's reciprocal, but we might be even nicer than that. You know, we've been very nice to a lot of countries for a long time, but I call it Liberation Day. April 2nd is Liberation Day. But today, as you know, we did something with respect to Venezuela. You heard about that, and that will be quite important. We'll be announcing some additional tariffs over the next few days, having to do with automobiles, cars, and having also to do a little bit with lumber down the road, lumber and chips. We're going to get all those chip companies coming back. They're already coming back without even doing it, so it's been very good. But we'll be announcing some others. But for the most part, April 2nd will be a big day. That'll be Reciprocal Day, and we'll be bringing some of the money back that's been taken from us. Let's be nice by using the word taken. I don't want to use a stronger word because these guys are professional politicians and they don't like to hear those words. I refuse to use the word stolen from us, but that's a... It happened. Well, the European Union lowered their tariffs to 2.5%. We were only at 2.5% for cars, which is very low. And as you probably heard, that European Union lowered their number from much higher than that, many, many times higher. Surprised to 2.5%, so that was good. But I don't know that I expect that. It's up to them. But we have reciprocal tariffs.
Mr. President, your reaction to the story in the Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of the Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
This announcement on Hyundai, is this a blueprint for you for other automakers to come to the United States to do what Hyundai was doing and investing so much in Louisiana and creating these new jobs?
Absolutely. That's a nice question from you. That's a shocking question, how nice it is, huh? That's okay. That's a question that's a good question, actually. Yeah, sure. Hyundai's a great company. We have other great companies coming in, and we have some that are going to be staying here and very much expanding. And we have tremendous interest in every business. I can't just say automobiles, but automobiles is a big one. And yeah, this is the beginning of a lot of things happening. We've had, as you know, Apple's announced a $500 billion investment, and other companies have announced $250, $300 billion. But we're well into the $3 and $4 trillion mark, which has never happened to our country before. What it really means is jobs. All we care about is jobs, right? We care about quality and quality of life and safety and security, but we care about jobs. And they're going to have we have a lot of people coming in.
Governor Landry, if I may, Governor Landry, I would love to ask Governor Landry a question, if you don't mind. How did you convince Hyundai to come to your great state? How did you convince them to come to Louisiana?
It was easy. I told them we were going to have a great president this year, right? Look, I think that this is Americans seeing the America First policy in action, right? It's not just promises, it's about action. And not only and I appreciate their patience, because all last year, many of these legislators, the Speaker and the Senate President, we worked on making Louisiana as friendly for business as the president is making America. We worked on public safety. We worked on educational reform, which the president's been working on. We worked on tax reform, historic tax reform. And what I can tell you is to echo what the president said. In Louisiana right now, I believe before the summer's over, we'll have $50 billion worth of construction projects going on in Louisiana. That is a record, Mr. President. It has never happened under any other president, under any other administration. And I can only look at the leadership that he has brought, not only to the White House, but to the world as well. And so to have these executives come here and say, hey, we want to invest in America, because for decades now, what Americans have seen is jobs being offshored rather than onshored. And today's announcement is exactly that. This is a message for all America that this president and their governors out there care about the American worker.
And I have to tell you that if you have any trouble getting permits, which you won't, come see me. I'll get them for you immediately. All right? But you're not going to have any trouble. You know, we had, when I first got involved in this world of politics, when I went down to Louisiana, you know, the two big LNG plants, and they were stuck for 14 years. They tried to get permits, and these were $12 billion and I think $15 billion plants. And they were working on it for 14 years in one case, I think 13 or 14 in the other. And I was able to get them in less than a week. And they were shocked. And probably some consultant got a lot of money for doing it, but nobody spoke to me about it. Other than this gentleman at the time, he mentioned it, and he did. They were in very much different positions, but they wanted to see if we could break the logjam. And I got it done in one case, I actually got it done in one day. And the other case, I didn't do as well. It took a full week. And they built, and they're up, and they're very successful now. That was a long time ago, but we got it done immediately. You'll have no trouble getting your permits, I guarantee. These people you're dealing with at top of the line. Okay? But just in case, call me.
On the Venezuela tariffs that you announced earlier today, sir,
yes.
You said it's 25% for any country that does business
That's right.
with Venezuela.
If they buy their oil from Venezuela, they have to pay a 25% tariff to do business with the United States.
On top of existing tariffs, so for example, China buys
Yes,
a lot of
that
oil.
would be a top of existing.
45%
That would
tariff
mean,
on China
yep,
next week.
that's on top of existing tariffs, yes.
And so also next week, April 2nd, as you said, Liberation Day. Is that going to be sector tariffs as well as reciprocal tariffs?
It's going to be everything, yeah. It's going to be everything, but not all tariffs are included that day. For instance, we'll do some, as you know, we have already done steel and aluminum, and that's at a 25% level. And we are going to be doing automobiles, which you've known about for a long time. We'll be announcing that fairly soon, over the next few days probably. And then April 2nd comes, that'll be reciprocal tariffs. But we may take less than what they're charging because they've charged us so much, I don't think they could take it. In other words, they've charged us so much that I'm embarrassed to charge them what they've charged us. But it'll be substantial. And you'll be hearing about that on April 2nd. And it will be Liberation Day because we'll be taking in large amounts of money for our country, and that's lower taxes and all of the things that are good. And jobs, a lot of jobs.
For the big corporate clients of the big law firms that you've targeted with your executive orders, do you want those big corporate clients to find new lawyers?
I just think that the law firms have to behave themselves. And we've proven that. We have others that want to make a settlement also. They, having to do with the election and other things, they behave very badly, very wrongly. And I appreciate the one, you know, these are the biggest firms. And they all came back realizing that they did wrong. And that's why they're doing this. So I just think they have to behave. We have to straighten out our country. We have to straighten out our elections. Our elections are very dishonest, very corrupt, and we have to straighten it out. And it's so easy to do it. And we should go to paper ballots. We should go to one-day voting. We should go to voter ID. And just one other thing, proof of a thing called citizenship in the United States. Wouldn't that be nice? How simple does that sound? Proof of citizenship, voter ID, one-day voting, and paper ballots. You know, paper ballots are very secure. They have watermark paper. It's very intricate stuff. It's very technologically advanced, even though it's paper. And you'd have no trouble. You wouldn't have dishonest elections, and you'd have them all done by 10 o'clock in the evening. You know, France went to that, and not that I want to copy anybody, but many others have also. And they had 38 million votes, and it was all done at 10 o'clock. They had a winner, they had a loser. That was it. Nobody was complaining. And they had it backed up with paper. And it's so easy to do. The other thing, you'd save about, this would cost you about 8% of what the machines cost. So the paper would be much less expensive. So if you're looking to save some money, that's a good way to save it. So it's a shame that we've gone through it. We've gone through a bad election, really bad election. The election was so bad. And think of it. You wouldn't have had the October 7th disaster with Israel. You wouldn't have had Russia and Ukraine, because that would have never happened. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had the type of withdrawal from Afghanistan that you witnessed, which was probably one of the primary reasons that Russia went into Ukraine, they saw that mess, how badly it was handled. They said, wow, this is a paper tiger that was handled by incompetent people. But that wouldn't have, we would have been out, but we would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which is 1 hour away from China where they make their nuclear weapons. Would have been nice to have it, but now, you know who has it now? China has it. And so an honest election, and we wouldn't have had inflation. You know, you had the record-setting inflation. We wouldn't have had inflation. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to congratulate Hyundai, a great company, and we will do everything possible. And I will say you picked a fantastic state. You're really with tremendous people and tremendous leaders. And Speaker, I want to thank you for doing a great job. You and Steve, thank you very much.
Yes,
appreciate it, Steve. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Violated the Espionage Act, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody.
If you get a briefing on that,
All right,
would you let us
President
know,
Trump
please?
is finishing up
Thank
there.
you.
So let's get back to that was President Trump. Let's get back to the protest audio now. Hang on a moment here. We'll get that off. We'll get this audio back up. We are bringing you live coverage. It is the sixth straight night of protests in Turkey after President Erdogan's main political rival, the man who was nominated to challenge him in the next presidential election, whenever that is, a person who has outpolled President Erdogan a number of polls recently, a person that numerous analysts call the biggest threat to Erdogan's continued rule of the country, which has been going on for over 22 years. His main political rival, the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem Imamoglu, was arrested on Wednesday by the government, jailed, and he is in jail, and he has been removed as mayor of Istanbul. And the government accuses of corruption. Critics of the government say this is a political move that is designed to rid Erdogan of his main political rival. So, sixth straight night of protests in Turkey. These are the biggest protests in over a decade. We're looking at two different videos from Istanbul, and lots of police presence at both of the protest scenes you're looking at. I would assume at some point, given what's happened on past nights, that the police will try to forcibly clear out the protesters. We'll have to watch and see, but we're keeping an eye on it. And I appreciate you tuning in. Let me thank our moderators. Our moderators are here. Sabrina, thank you. Sarah55, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Janet B, all of our other YouTube moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Also on Facebook, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you to all of our moderators. Also, quick thanks to Nature Based and Lidwine, Elizabeth, and Ori Deckel for your support. And we will be showing you later in the stream, we will be showing you video of President Trump's, some video of his cabinet meeting today, which we just haven't had a chance to show you yet with everything else going on. So we'll be showing you that a little later on in the stream. But right now, we're watching these live scenes from Istanbul, Turkey, and we'll see what happens. I'll be reading some of your comments on the air and giving you updates here. And if one or the other videos is showing more happening, I'll make that one bigger. But right now, these people are walking here. And but you can see on the right on the top, there's a whole line of police on the top on the right. muted. I was muted. Sorry. What I was saying was, first of all, that other video ended for the moment. So if we get another video, I'll put it up on the screen. The second thing I was saying was, Associated Press reported that many view the arrest of Istanbul Mayor Imamoglu as a politically driven attempt to remove him from the next presidential race, which is currently scheduled for 2028 but could happen before then. Government officials reject this accusation and say Turkey's courts are independent. Thank you, Alif Tav, for your support. Alif Tav. I do have another video here, but it's like the official opposition party rally. I'm going to put that one up there. On the right there, that's the official opposition party rally from Istanbul. I don't have video of it, but there are also protests going on in Ankara right now, the capital. If I get video of it, I can show you. I'll certainly play it for you. Actually, I am supposed to get video from Ankara. I am supposed to get some video from Ankara, hopefully soon. I don't know when I'll get it, but I am supposed to have it. There are some rocket alerts in Israel near Gaza. I assume one or more rockets have been fired at Israel from Gaza. I will let you know when I get updates on that. That has been happening periodically over the last several days. What happened here? Oh, hold on. What happened here? Now the video just switched. The video just switched. Now why did it switch? Is this still Istanbul? What just happened? I think it's going to switch back in a sec. Wait, let me see something. According to Reuters, this is still Istanbul. Now, I don't know if one of our viewers can confirm this is, I know we have some viewers in Turkey, maybe they can confirm that's still Istanbul. That is not the Ankara video I was supposed to get. There's a separate Ankara video. No, it's not old footage. It is live footage. It's just, I guess they have, Reuters has multiple shots and they switch to a different shot. No, it is all live video from Reuters.
Basın mensubu çalışana sesleniyorum. Şundan dolayı söylüyorum. İşinize karışmak istemiyoruz elbette ama gayri ihtiyari şu an tedbirimizin tam önüne geliyorsunuz. Ani bir sorumlulukla arada kalırsınız. Lütfen kendi güvenliğinizi sağlayın.
Okey, çıkmıyorum değil mi? Abi baban izler yarın.
Our viewer Khan thinks this is Ankara. I'm going to ask Reuters about it and see if they switched. Uh-oh. I think this is Ankara. I think that's a shopping mall in Ankara for some reason. So I'm going to go with Ankara on this because I just Googled it and it says Soysal Çarşısı. Is that how you pronounce it? Soysal Çarşısı. Soysal Çarşısı, which is a shopping mall in Ankara. So I need to change this to say Ankara. I'd like to get the video back. I'd like to have both videos. So I'm trying to get the Turkey one. I'm trying to get the Istanbul one back. Yes, this is Ankara. All right, sorry, I was just kind of looking around and figuring out what was going on because they switched the video. So this is now Ankara. And hopefully we get some video back from more video from Istanbul as well. Thank you, Shelley, for your support. I appreciate it, Shelley. Also, thanks to everybody for tuning in. Will we see the police start moving in on protesters as they have several previous nights? And it happened last night. We'll have to see. A lot of protesters out there in Ankara right now. As our viewer Kahit Erdogan says that the bottom right corner is Saraçhane, center of all protests. That is the opposition party protest in the bottom there. The opposition party rally. That's CHP leader Özgür Özel, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong, as our viewer Kahit mentioned. I believe that is him speaking. Our viewer Khan Arkin Kochak says, this is Ankara. I am in Ankara now. Yes, the big one is Ankara. Again, I can only play the videos I have the rights to. I can't just steal whatever I want off the internet. So I appreciate people writing in and talking about other live streams, but I cannot steal things. I pay for the videos. I can only show you what I have the rights to.
Teşekkür ederim. Fotoğraf alır mısınız? Bayrağı da açayım ya.
Ver baba. Gel az geri gel. Ben buradayım.
Teşekkür ederim. Eyvallah kral.
We might see, last night we saw a lot of water cannon being used on the protesters. I wonder if we're going to see that again. Our viewer Kahit says he is close to the protests. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. I appreciate it. Martin Gingrich, thank you. I'm hoping at some point to get the other video from Istanbul back. I'm hoping again there's another video from Istanbul which I don't have right now. If I can get that for you, I will put it up on the screen. You know, I saw an interesting article today about this by Recep Soylu, who I follow. He's a journalist who focuses on Turkey. You can actually follow him. He actually gave me permission to talk about his analysis of the situation. I thought some of it was quite interesting. Recep Soylu, if I can show you here, here is his X account. It's at Recep Soylu, RIGIPSOYLU. And I will post a link to his article in the chat, but he gave some interesting analysis on why this may be happening now and what's an overview of the situation, which I thought was interesting. So I'll post a link to it, but I'm going to read you some of it. He is in Turkey, by the way. He's a Turkish reporter. I believe he's Turkish. He is in Turkey. As I understand it, because he's the Turkey bureau chief for Middle East Eye. So let me just read you a little of what Recep Soylu said. He says, I'm trying to balance the audio so you can hear me and still hear the audio. Recep Soylu said that the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem Imamoglu, on corruption charges has sent shockwaves across the nation and the world. Yes, this has been very surprising. He says, for months, Turkish journalists had been hearing rumors of an ongoing inquiry into Imamoglu, with speculation that his removal from office was imminent. And remember, this is just me giving context. Imamoglu is the chief political rival to President Erdogan, and President Erdogan has been in power over 22 years. Imamoglu was going to oppose Erdogan in the next presidential election. So Recep Soylu, who's a Turkish journalist, says many journalists in Turkey, including myself, he says, did not believe that the Turkish government would take such a bold step as to arrest and remove from office the mayor of Istanbul. Imamoglu is widely seen as President Erdogan's main political rival. Okay? And Recep Soylu, Turkish journalist, says his arrest marks a turning point, signaling that beyond the corruption allegations, anyone who opposes Erdogan could face imprisonment. He also says, while corruption is widely acknowledged in Turkey as a long-standing issue at both local and central government levels, the selective targeting of opposition politicians suggests the government's true goal is not justice, but rather the restructuring of the opposition itself. Many view this move as a new threshold in Erdogan's grip on power. Let's see here. The economic consequences have been severe. The Istanbul Stock Exchange plunged 16% in 3 days last week, for example. In his article, Recep Soylu, who has been nice enough to let me share his analysis with you, he's a Turkish journalist, at RIGIPSOYLU. And I'll post a link to the article myself so you can read it if you want. He said, Recep said, why did Erdogan take this step now, this bold step which has shocked a lot of people around the world? So Recep cited a few different factors, and some of this analysis is similar to some other analysis I've seen elsewhere. He says favorable foreign policy context. he says international dynamics currently work in Erdogan's favor. The U.S. under President Trump has adopted a nationalist right-wing approach that largely disregards democratic values. This is me speaking. I've seen a number of analysts say that it doesn't seem like the Trump administration is going to make a big deal out of another country maybe reducing their level of democracy or threatening democratic values there. So he says the initial response from the Trump administration to Imamoglu's arrest was indifferent, with officials stating that it was Turkey's domestic issue and not of concern to the U.S. Also, this is very interesting, Europe, facing uncertainty due to Trump's evolving relationship with Russia, particularly his potential normalization of ties at Ukraine's expense, sees Turkey as a crucial player in the Western security architecture. And remember, this is me speaking. There's questions about how much Trump is committed to even supporting Europe militarily. Will he stay in NATO? So what Recep is pointing out is European countries that might normally protest this more see Turkey as an important possible security partner, and they might not want to upset Erdogan. Also, so Recep says this geopolitical necessity has made European powers hesitant to confront Erdogan aggressively. Also, interestingly, he says, Turkey's military success in Syria has strengthened Erdogan's regional influence and bolstered his domestic popularity with no significant external pressure from other countries, especially in the absence of figures like former President Biden, who previously challenged Erdogan within NATO. He appears to have a free hand to act as he pleases. So that's very interesting analysis from Recep Soylu. Let me read you a little more of what he said. But again, I just thought this was a really neat article by him, and I'll post the link again in the chat. You can read it yourself. And I will also post a link to Recep's Twitter account in case you want to follow him there. I follow him over there for Turkey news and other news. By the way, so let me read you a little more of his analysis here. He also says another reason that he thinks that Erdogan might have been willing to take this really bold move now is a divided opposition. He says the opposition coalition that helped Imamoglu rise to power is now showing signs of fragmentation. One of Imamoglu's key sources of support was Kurdish voters, particularly through his alliance with the pro-Kurdish Dem Party. However, recent talks between the Kurdistan Workers' Party and the government suggest that Dem has been hesitant to fully back him. While Imamoglu's supporters gathered in protest near Istanbul City Hall, Dem members, Kurds, instead participated in their grand Nowruz celebrations in the city, signaling a reluctance to engage in direct confrontation with the government. The outcome of the PKK Kurdistan Workers' Party negotiations with the government remains uncertain. But what he's saying is that the short version of this, as I understand it, is that the Kurdistan Workers' Party is having negotiations with the Erdogan government. And they might not want to do anything to upset those negotiations, like criticize Erdogan over this move to jail Imamoglu. So something else interesting. And also he says time is on Erdogan's side, Recep Soylu says. With 3 years remaining until the next elections, at least in theory, Erdogan's team is likely to be betting that the economic damage can be repaired before voters go to the polls. Public outrage over Imamoglu's arrest will eventually fade as daily life returns to normal. So that was really interesting, this idea that you might wonder, like, well, if the election isn't scheduled yet and it's officially supposed to be 2028, and it could be earlier, but there's no date for it yet, why arrest his main rival now? But what Recep is saying is maybe the hope is that by the time the election happens, could be years in the future, by that time, people have, are less angry about this, which is interesting. So I thought all of that was now he's not saying he's sure about any of this. What he's saying are these are reasons that Erdogan might have felt like he could have taken that he could get away with this if it is indeed a political move. Again, President Trump doesn't seem like he's really going to be taking a big stand on this. European countries, especially with this question about whether Trump is even going to be a big ally of Europe anymore. European countries might feel now that they need Turkey to be with them militarily and therefore don't want to upset Erdogan by complaining. Currently, the Kurds in Turkey are in negotiations with the Erdogan government and might not want to upset that by opposing Erdogan's move against İmamoğlu, and also, doing something way before an election in the hope that maybe it'll be less of a big deal when the election finally happens. So I thought all of that was really interesting analysis. Again, if you want to read the article, you can read the whole thing. I'll post it in the chat for you. Again, article here. And again, the person who wrote this, Recep Soylu, I follow on X, and you can follow him over there if you want. I just posted a link to his X account. And again, I'll show you what it looks like there. But I really appreciate him letting me read his analysis on the air. I thought it was so interesting. I messaged him and said, "Can I read this on the air?" And he said, "Sure, go ahead and read it." So that's Recep right there. So you can follow him if you want over on X, if you feel like it. But I follow him over there. Our viewer Shelley says, almost correct, almost no reply in the situation from European countries.
Mustafa Kemal'i
Oh, they went back. Okay, this is Istanbul. The video has switched back right now to Istanbul. This is Istanbul again, right now. It just switched back. Hopefully they can get both Istanbul and Ankara both up there. But this is Istanbul right now. On both videos. By the way, something else about the Kurdish, the PKK party, the Kurdistan Workers' Party in Turkey. I mentioned to you that Turkish journalist Recep Soylu had said he thought one of the reasons that that Erdogan might be trying this bold move now, one of the reasons is that he thought that maybe because of ongoing negotiations between Turkish Kurds and the government, Turkish Kurds would not be as likely to oppose this move as they normally would. AP had an article, was this today, Associated Press, where they said something similar. They said in an article today that a tentative peace process has begun between the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, which has waged a 40-year insurgency against Turkey and against the Turkish state. They are in a peace process negotiation with the Erdogan government. And AP says many observers have suggested this peace negotiation is at least in part a bid to win the support by the Erdogan government to win the support of Turkey's pro-Kurdish party for another Erdogan presidential term. And also it could help divide the Kurds from the main opposition party, the CHP. AP also points out that Europe, because the U.S. doesn't seem as keen under Trump to support, to be a military ally of Europe, that Europe might see it as even more important now to have Turkey as an ally, for example, against Russian aggression. And so they have NATO's second largest army, Turkey, and a good defense industry, says AP. So, you know, Europe might not want to complain to Erdogan about this removal of his main his jailing of his main rival, because they might think it's more important to keep Turkey as a military ally. Oh, hold on. We have a second video. Second video. Hold on. We have both videos now. We have Ankara. Okay, this is good. Reuters posted both of these videos, so we have protest videos from both. I mean, we have now that street protest in Ankara and this protest still in Istanbul. So we got both of them. We can show you now. If I can turn it up. I have to think that at some point, maybe soon, it's 10:39 p.m. there, at some point soon I would expect the police to start forcibly trying to clear out the protesters in both of these protests. A lot of police there, you can see. In both, a lot of police in both thanks so much to Nature-Based, our member, to Lidwine Elizabeth, and also, hang on a moment here. Thanks also to Boomer Wow. Thank you, Boomer Wow, for your support. Thanks also to our new member, Khan Hakan Shahin. Thank you. And Shelly and Olive Top. Thanks also to Kiwi Paulsen from Germany for subscribing on Twitch. Kiwi Paulsen. President Trump is about to speak again. He is participating in a Greek Independence Day celebration, so I may throw up there President Trump speaking for a couple minutes and see what he has to say. When President Trump speaks, I'll put the video, I'll put the sound in for a second.
iyi mi? Solda İslam arkadaşı biraz sola alır biliyor dedi. Artık sola
So beautiful. Thank you very much. I didn't know that was going to happen, but I'll take it. Thank you so much. Greek Independence Day. Wow. I'm delighted to welcome to the White House the hundreds of proud, hardworking Greek American patriots. I know so many of you. I like most of you. Some I don't like. They get to be very tough. Some pretty tough people out there, but that's okay. We love you. We love you all. In a few moments, I'll sign the proclamation to officially recognize tomorrow, March 25th, 2025, as Greek Independence Day, celebrating 204 years. That's right, celebrating 204 years of glorious Greek sovereignty and freedom. That's a long time. That's a great thing we're doing, and such an honor to have you. So, having His Eminence, the Archbishop, with us is very special, and I've been doing this from the very beginning. We missed 4 years, unfortunately, and bad things happened. A lot of bad things happened. And the world wasn't doing so well for 4 years, but we're doing well now. We're doing better now than we've ever done. We have things happening with our country that are incredible. And in terms of businesses coming in, I think we're close to $4 trillion now. Nobody's ever even heard of anything like that. And they're coming in, Archbishop, they're coming in at levels that we have never seen, and we're doing well, and the Greeks are doing well. They'll always do well. And I want to thank some of the wonderful Greek Americans working tirelessly by my side, members of my administration, friends of mine, and just incredible people. The President of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Where's Michael? Hello, Michael. Thank you, Michael. And Deputy Secretary of State, Michael Prigus. Michael, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Greeks for Trump. Those are the ones I really like. Christos Marafartsos. Christos, where's Christos? Good-looking guy he is. Thank you very much. And we also have some very powerful Greek politicians like Gus. Gus, will you please stand up? Nobody sees you. Gus Bilirakis. He's a great friend of mine, and he's doing well. You're doing well, aren't you, Gus, huh? Yeah, I always say, stand up a little higher, Gus. And Mike Herodopoulos. Mike, thank you very much. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for everything. Lance Gooden. Where's Lance? I don't know how much Greek you have in you, Lance. You have? Oh, the Greek you do have. That's the ultimate. You're right. And Joe Wilson, our friend, Joe Wilson. Joe, thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Joe. And EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's got a big job. Thank you, Lee. He's got a big job. He's got to get those permits out fast because China gives fast permits, right? They don't even do permits. They just say build. Don't worry about it. Chief Financial Officer of Florida, Jimmy Petronas, who's running in a big race. He's running in a big race, and I hear you're doing well in the polls. You got to win that one, but they got to get out and vote, right, Jimmy? But you're doing great. And my former Chief of Staff, who's a terrific guy, Reince Priebus. Reince? Hi, Reince. Yeah, Reince is a terrific guy, and another terrific guy and woman, by the way,
We have John Catsimatidis, #1, and his beautiful wife, Margot. And I want to thank you. And your daughter, Andrea, is here. Good. Wow, that's good. We have the whole family. He's done a fantastic job, the family has, with ABC. And they have the biggest radio show and biggest station, I think, in New York. So good. So we have to really be nice to them when we think we're going to win New York. And if you have him on your side, but it's a great family. Thank you very much, my friends, for a long time. Thanks, John. Let me also extend a special welcome to Ambassador Nasika from Greece and Ambassador Sava from Cyprus, two very friendly rivals. Thank you both very much. And the bond between the United States and modern Greek nation goes back more than 2 centuries. On March 25th, 1821, Greek patriots began their noble fight to reclaim their destiny from the grip of a foreign empire, a very powerful foreign empire. President James Monroe said at the time that the whole civilized world had a deep interest in a victory for the Greek people. President Monroe understood that Americans were bound by history and culture to the birthplace of democracy and the cradle of Western civilization. From the pages of our Constitution to the architecture of this capital city, this wonderful city of ours that we're fixing up, starting to shape up very nicely, isn't it, huh? To the very words of the English language, the legacy of the Greeks is all around us. It encircles us. But perhaps the greatest gift we have inherited from that amazing culture is our incredible Greek-American community that is now more than 3 million strong. I worked very hard.
People starting to throw things more on that shot. You see some people throwing things toward the police on the wide shot there from Istanbul.
Right? We won by a lot. We love them and they love us. But we're joined today by one extraordinary Greek-American citizen, Alex Skarlatos. And you know the story of Alex, inspired by his grandfather who fought against the Nazis and the Greek resistance. Alex joined the National Guard after high school 10 years ago following a deployment to Afghanistan. You all read about this. Alex and his friends were on a train from Amsterdam to Paris when a bloodthirsty radical Islamic terrorist began shooting innocent people all over the train. They were falling left and right. In an act of tremendous valor, Alex and his comrades charged the gunman despite being completely unarmed and beat him into submission. And where is Alex? He's around here someplace. Get up here, Alex. Get up here. Come on, Alex. Get up here, Alex. Before providing life-saving aid to an American who was shot and hurt so badly, Alex's bravery helped save countless innocent lives that day. And today he continues to serve his country as a member of the Oregon State Legislature. So, Alex, come up here for a second. I at least want to shake your hand. Come up here. That's a big story. He had a lot of. I don't think I would have done that. I don't know.
Thank you. Again, we are showing you these protests from both Istanbul and Ankara, Turkey. Keeping an eye on them. We're also letting you hear President Trump speak at this event for Greek Independence Day. But looks, again, I have to imagine that pretty soon we might see the police move on the protesters, as they have in recent nights. So we're keeping an eye on that. Our viewer, Kaiser Wilhelm, writes in and says, it looks like the protesters have monitors to keep the crowd away from the police. I saw a couple times on the Istanbul shot, it looked like that. Kaiser Williams says, I wonder if some kind of agreement has been made between police and the protesters. Well, as I understand it, from the reporting I have seen, these kind of protests have been temporarily banned. I believe large demonstrations have been banned. They were banned for, I think, 4 days after Imamoglu was arrested, and I believe that ban got extended for 4 more days. So I believe technically these kind of protests are banned right now. But we'll have to see what happens with the police. In past nights that I've seen, the police have forcibly cleared out the protesters. So we'll have to see what happens here.
In the U.S. Capitol for every president since Ronald Reagan
And I must tell you, he just did ours. He did 3. The one we didn't show up to because something happened. He was ready to do 3, but something happened on the middle one. But we did awfully well that day, I will tell you. But he just did one on January 20th, 2025, and everybody is still talking about the great food and the great service, and you did a fantastic job. There were a lot of people. Thank you very much, Steve, and your family. Thank you. Also, many of you know Steve's daughter, Alexandra.
A lot of police out there, as you can see, at these protests.
Congratulations to Steve and Alexandra. Great job. Great job. Thanks, Alexandra. Great job you do. You do a fantastic job at the White House. Also with us in person, and a person that really is a great friend and been a great friend for a long time. I've known this woman, although she's very young yet. I've known her for a long time. She came here and she loves our country and she loves Greece, and now she's going to be the future ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, Kimberly Guilfoyle. And I'm going to say, Kimberly, come on up and say a few words. Kimberly, come.
All right, I'll mute that while she's speaking. We'll turn the volume back up at the protest while she is speaking.
More years. Thank you, Kimberly. We are well represented with Kimberly. Do we agree? Thank you, Kimberly. From Washington to Chicago, from New York to Detroit, from Philadelphia to the famous Tarpon Springs. You know all about Tarpon Springs, Florida. Greek Americans have blessed our country with exceptional courage, patriotism, and tremendous skill. Under this administration, we will continue to honor the virtues, ideals, and spirit of this magnificent heritage, and it is indeed magnificent, that has flourished for thousands of years, from the golden age of ancient Greece to the golden age of America. That's where we are right now, the golden age of America. Right, John? Once again, let me wish you all a very, very happy Greek Independence Day. It's an honor again to have Your Eminence. It's an honor to have you with us. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate that magnificent cross. It will be with me always. And I'd just like to finish by saying you are a very, very special people. I wouldn't have missed this. I was very busy today. I had something. They took me away, and I said, well, isn't that the same day we're celebrating Greek Independence Day? They said, yes. I said, cancel the other one. It was a very big deal. It was not easy to do, my friend. It was not easy to do, but we did it, and it's now my honor to sign the proclamation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You can see protesters are right next to the police in that wide shot from Istanbul there. They are right next to the police. There's the line of police right there next to the protesters. Okay, the Trump event is ending, it looks like. Later in the broadcast, we will show you the video of some of the Trump cabinet meeting that happened earlier. We just haven't gotten a chance to show it. That's the end of the White House event. Why is the camera pointing up there? Oh, there's the police right there. As I mentioned, protests are temporarily banned in Turkey after the president's top rival was arrested on Wednesday. Sky News said today the huge demonstrations continued despite a ban on gatherings in Istanbul. But a lot of people are going out to protest anyway. Uh-oh. Why is the camera on the ground? Is the camera person taking a break? Well, in the meantime, we'll show you this one here. Hang on a moment. Give me one moment. There's that one right there. Some people are kneeling on the ground next to the police vehicles. That's the Ankara one right here. I don't know why this camera's on the ground. Maybe the camera person's taking a quick break. Oh, hold on. The camera's back. The camera is back in Istanbul. I think it is back. We'll see. There we go. Wow, look at this. Look at all the police. Do any of our viewers know specifically where in Istanbul this protest is taking place? I don't know exactly where in Istanbul this particular protest is. One of our viewers, I'm sure, knows. It's a park. Does it begin with an S? Look at all the people. Some people are saying some different things. Sarraj? Is it Sarachani Park? Sarakani or Sarachani Park in Istanbul, some of our viewers say. Oh, what's happening now? What's happening? I see movement. What's going on? What's happening here? What's going on? Hold on. What's happening here? What is happening here? There's looks like pepper spray or something. Things are being sprayed at the protesters in Istanbul. Things are being thrown. Are they starting to disperse this crowd or trying to? Looks like maybe tear gas there. Huge police presence. Look at this. Look at the rush. They are forcibly clearing them out. They're rushing. Are we hearing paintball? Is that some sort of pellets being fired? Are we hearing like some kind of non-lethal ammunition being fired? Arresting some people? Wow, look at that. Looked like there was tear gas, maybe some non-lethal ammunition being fired. So they ran forward and cleared out that part of the park where all those protesters were. I don't know if the protesters are on the edge of the park or what. We'll see. The press is moving towards where the protesters were. Let's see what we see here. And then keep an eye on Ankara, where I would expect that the police might try to clear out that protest as well on the lower left there. More police heading forward there. Look at this.
Arkadaşlar iki adım geri atın. Sen abinin yerinde olsun. Hadi.
What's happening up here? What's happening up on the top there? Police are moving across that square there.
Türk polisi, biz burada anayasal haklarımız çerçevesinde bulunuyoruz. Ve Sandoğan'a girmek istiyoruz. Lütfen yolu açın, güvenliğimizi sağlayın. Hep birlikte Sandoğan'a yürüyelim.
Quick thank you to Bob Newth. Thank you, Bob Newth and Tim Glenn, for your support. Also, thanks to Bad Toastery on Twitch, and also Guer King. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. So, the police have not yet moved forward in that Ankara protest we see on the left there. I would expect to see that fairly soon. Thanks also, Mark from Canada. I appreciate that, Mark from Canada. So I would not be surprised if we start seeing, for example, water cannons being fired at the protesters in Ankara. We'll have to see what happens there. What's happening with the Istanbul thing? I might make Istanbul bigger. I might make Ankara bigger. Okay, further live coverage is expected. So while we're waiting for the Istanbul coverage to come back, let's make the Ankara one big. So I'm going to put the Ankara one now like this. We'll get rid of this, and we'll make this Ankara. Thank you to all of our moderators who are here. Really appreciate it, moderators. Janet B is moderating. What happened? See, somebody I think fired something, and they're saying don't do that. It sounds like Janet B, Sabrina, moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you, Linda Bell, Nisha, Larry on X, over on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn. Good Luck Duck. Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev on Twitch, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook, moderating. All of our other moderators, thank you. Thanks Sharon Klassen Goslin for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks Paul Anderson for modding on Facebook. Thanks Shannon Davis Hughes for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks Kay and Margaret for subscribing. Thanks Danny Wood for watching over there on YouTube. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers, people like Matthew Kohai 3, Chi-Town Bear, Mr. Bigley Uncredible, Uncle Floyd GG, Douthis. Shouting out some of our subscribers on Twitch, Artful Nothing, Guerre King, Big Dog Gaming, Wall Street Shaggy, Stunned in the North, Annie Cush, thank you. Also some of our YouTube members like Sharkbite, Hugh Crumman, Per Holstrand, Evelyn in Maine, Jay Nosewitch. Thanks for being members. Chris RD, Northwoods Hiker, Inked Patriot, Confidence in God, thanks for being a member. Peters, War Ahead Vids, Jesse's Girl, Dr. McRib, Mikhail, J.K. Sinar, Boss Lulu, Babelicious, thanks to all of our members over there. Aaron S., thank you. Leslie Ladyhawk, Roger Shoemaker, Sean C., Dodger Blue, all of our other YouTube moderators as well. YouTube members as well, and our moderators. CAC 813 as well.
Arkadaşlar, yabancı madde atmayın. Polis bizim düşmanımız değil. Bizim sınıfımız polis değil. Dikkat, dikkat! Halk konuşuyor. Türk polisi yolu aç ve bizimle birlikte Karnaval'a kadar yürü.
Thanks also Dina Soul and Saint C are members on YouTube as well. So again, we've been watching, we were just watching a few minutes ago in Istanbul, there was a big protest there. And suddenly police made a move where they moved forward. They appeared to fire maybe tear gas and also maybe non-lethal pellets or something. And they moved forward and they quickly cleared out a park and they arrested some people, it looked like. We're supposed to get some video, more video from Istanbul. This is Ankara, where you see police have not moved forward yet. Expecting that sometime soon. Thanks Fiji Islands for being a member as well. Thanks Sarah55 for moderating. I don't know if I thanked you. Oh look, hold on, we got the other video back. We have the other video back. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. This is Istanbul here. Let's make this small. That is Istanbul. Right there. Not Ankara, Istanbul.
Dikkat, dikkat! Halk konuşuyor. Türk polisi yolu aç ve Karnaval'a kadar geçti. Barışçı bir şekilde güvenliğimizi sağlayarak bu eylemi bitirebildikleri için.
There are protesters out there in Istanbul. Look, you can see the protesters still on the street in Istanbul. Again, you can see the protesters still on the street in Istanbul. They were in the park before, but now that's protesters on the street in Istanbul. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Burada.
Hadi acaba. Bende misin? Bildin mi? Bildin mi sen beni? Bilmedin mi? Abi benim yeni geldim, ne olduğunu anlamadım. Ben bu adama geldim, adam ararken birden başladı. Yeni girdim alana, birden gaz attı. Bunu görünce de bunu çekiyorum.
Ali yapsana gruba.
Bana diyorsun ki polis üniforma oğlum. Gel boş ver. Elini oradan at. Gel. Oğlum bak seni bak. Harbi çok pis eder. Bak kardeş. Tabii sürekli.
Update for you. Reuters is reporting, Reuters' David Shepardson reports that the postmaster of the U.S. Postal Service, Louis DeJoy, is stepping down immediately. His last day is today. Again, USPS postmaster Louis DeJoy is stepping down immediately. His last day is today. I do not know if we will see any changes coming up in the Postal Service. There's been talk of layoffs and also possibly other changes, but that is being reported by Reuters' David Shepardson.
Biraz daha şuradan devam edip sonra gidelim ya.
Ben gitmem buraya. Oğlum onlar dağılmıyor. Sen...
Dikkat. Kaleye adam yok. Allah'ım zarar vermesin. Biletten ve halifeni istiyorum.
Hala geldi mi?
Dikkat. Polis konuşuyor. Niye çıkan arkadaşımız? Can güvenliğini istiyorum. Kamuoyunda zarar vermemek adına biletten gitmeni istiyorum. Dikkat. Niye çıkan arkadaş? Elektrikler orta olmadan can güvenliğini ve kamuoyunda zarar vermemek adına oradan aşağı gitmeni istiyorum.
Yani bir şeyleri çıkartabilir. Bir de şeyi patladı.
Ali.
Efendim?
Oğlum cebine koy. Hayır içeri sonra lazım bulamazsın. Burada mısın? Ha?
Yok ki bir şey.
Robert. Ama iyi misin? Dikkat et dostum.
Arkaya bakacağım. Hala mı? Benim şeye müdahalenin rey altına atmıyor.
Yok.
Sinyal değil mi?
We lost the Istanbul feed right now. Our viewer Daniel Lombard wrote in, he thinks that maybe in Istanbul before when they were shooting some sort of, it looked like non-lethal ammunition, Daniel thought it might have been balls with pepper spray in it. I don't know. We lost for the moment the Istanbul camera. I don't know if we're going to have any more from that Istanbul camera. But you can see a lot of protesters right next to the police in Ankara on the main shot there. Okay, yeah, so the Istanbul camera right now is done. That one we were watching from Istanbul. If we get another one, I'll let you know. So we're going to focus right now on the camera from Ankara. Our viewer HomeAwares thinks that there was some sort of pepper powder in the munitions that were being fired at protesters in Istanbul. I don't know if there was. Again, we are covering these protests in Turkey. This is the sixth night of protests after the main political rival, the top political rival to President Erdogan, who has been in power for over 22 years. The Erdogan government had the top political rival, Ekrem Imamoglu, arrested. He was the mayor of Istanbul, but yesterday he was removed from his office and he is now in jail. The government is charging him with corruption. His opponents say this is a politically motivated move to get rid of Erdogan's biggest political rival. Reuters says, for example, the detention last Wednesday of Mayor Imamoglu, Erdogan's main political rival, has triggered the biggest street protests in Turkey in more than a decade. On Sunday, a court jailed him pending trial on corruption charges that he denies. Imamoglu's CHP, Republican People's Party, the main opposition party, and its supporters say the charges against him are politically motivated and undemocratic, which the Erdogan government denies. Despite a ban imposed on street gatherings in many cities, the demonstrations are continuing tonight for a sixth night. Reuters says analysts expect a prolonged period of political turmoil and uncertainty. Thank you so much to Radar Granevold from Norway. Thank you, Radar Granevold, for your support. As Macro Geek mentioned, the day before he was arrested, authorities revoked İmamoğlu's college degree, which I believe he graduated around 1990, citing some sort of irregularities. Now, it just so happens that in Turkey, you cannot run for president without a college degree. And there was a story. Is that announcement coming from the police saying they're going to clear it out? Are we hearing announcements from the police right now? I think they might be announcing something, the police. They might be saying, get out of the street. Bill Duff, our viewer, says, here comes the water. Last week, AP reported a university invalidated the diploma of Istanbul Mayor Ekrem Imamoglu last Tuesday in a move widely perceived as a politically motivated move to block him from running in the presidential race. Last Tuesday, Istanbul University nullified İmamoğlu's diploma, citing alleged irregularities in his 1990 transfer from a private university. Our viewer Turan Eturk says the police said leave this place. Thanks so much to Fred Witherow. Thanks so much to Fred Witherow for your support. Fred Witherow. Just Me says, are they going to start the water again? I think we might be seeing it soon. Thank you, Broken Neck Radio, for subscribing over there on Twitch. I appreciate it. And I believe that is the police telling them to leave. And people are booing. Our viewer Sakert Kaykovsky says police say they will be forced out of the area. Thank you, The Real P, for your support. The Real PR viewer thinks authoritarian dictatorships are highly empowered right now. Thank you, The Real P, for your support. I really appreciate it. Again, it looks like very soon the police are going to try to forcibly clear these protesters. Thank you, Holly from Turkey, for your support. I appreciate it. Holly from Turkey. Special shout out to anyone who might be watching in Turkey.
Hadi hadi şey daha şey. Sen de görüyorsun. İyiydi ama, iyi aslında. Bence iyiydi. İyi. Dönelim hadi.
Hepimiz aynı taraftayız zaten. Çok bu sefer problemler oluyor. Öbür tarafta Türkçesi lütfen. Lütfen. Lütfen. Bir kişiyi saklayın atmayın. Kimse Allah tutmayın ya.
All right, what's happening now? I think when they hear anything being fired from the crowd, people in the front will turn around and say, "Stop it." That's what seems to be happening. Thank you so much, Ronald Kane, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Ronald. So, again, it seemed like the police a few minutes ago were telling people to leave. It is almost midnight, 11:48 p.m. Thank you also, Murat. Our viewer Murat from Turkey says people are tired of Erdogan's oppressive religious regime, and I hope we get rid of him. So our viewer from Murat from Turkey is not a supporter of Erdogan, the Erdogan regime. Thank you, Murat, for your support of the channel. The arrest was he was detained on Wednesday, the mayor of Istanbul, and yesterday he was formally arrested and he was stripped of his mayoral office yesterday. But this is the sixth night. There's been protests every night since he was originally taken into custody on Wednesday. Thank you, Holly from Turkey, for your support. Holly says we are resisting for a free press. Thanks also Dina Soul for the gift memberships. Holly says it's time for a change. This move has really been widely seen as a shocking move in Turkey. This was not expected, that the Erdogan government would just have his top rival arrested. The Economist had an article about this, which I discussed yesterday, which I'll mention a little of it right now, which said, The Economist believes that Turkey is nearing a point of no return. The Economist says only last week the Erdogan government was still what political scientists call... hold on, the police I think are talking again. The Economist said yesterday, Turkey is nearing a point of no return. Only last week, the Turkey government was still what political scientists call a competitive authoritarian regime, although President Erdogan wields unchecked executive powers and de facto control over the courts and most of the media. Turkey's elections had remained mostly free. But on Wednesday, police detained Mr. Imamoglu, who has emerged as Mr. Erdogan's strongest rival, along with dozens of others, including his top advisors and other local officials. The Economist says what remains in Turkey is close to naked autocracy, which is one person with absolute power. Thanks, by the way, to Douthis for the gift sub on Twitch and our member Hazel Kalemder. The Economist also said yesterday Mr. Erdogan has taken a big risk by wagering that the benefit of removing a top rival is worth the cost of gutting Turkey's democracy. They point out that the reaction from Europe has been quiet. European powers are hoping to enlist Turkey and to participate in a peacekeeping force after a possible ceasefire in Ukraine, and to play a bigger role in European security more generally. The Economist also points out that America has scarcely reacted at all. They say, given President Trump has a limited concern about violations of democratic procedure. The Economist also wrote yesterday that Turkish democracy is fading from view. Our viewer Hazel says they said the police are about to start doing stuff. Is it going to happen right now? Right now? Toma is riot control. Toma vehicles are riot control vehicles. All right, hang on. It looks like something might be about to try to clear out the protesters right now. Hazel says police said step back. Oh, is it midnight? I mean, we're getting close to midnight. Thank you so much to our viewer from Turkey, Batuhan Sakali, who says students not attending lectures and exams. They are protesting in their campus and marching towards barricades together at night, fighting for freedom. Thank you so much, Batuhan, for your support. So it's going to be midnight in 3 minutes. I don't know if that's what they're waiting for. Our viewer, Sakert, says Toma is a social incident intervention vehicle. They are these riot control vehicles, the Toma vehicles. They are Turkish law enforcement. Thank you, Murat from Turkey. Murat thinks Erdogan wants to change the constitution for the last time and stay in power until he dies like Putin. That's what Murat thinks. The Constitution says Erdogan can't run again if he completes his second term as president in 2008. But if the parliament chooses to have the election earlier, he could run again. There's a lot of speculation that that's what might happen. History Underfoot says the authorities there are afraid of a peaceful protest. After the president's top rival was arrested, they temporarily banned gatherings, public gatherings, as I understand it, which I've read in several articles. So this gatherings like this are illegal because they were declared to be illegal, as I understand it, after the president's top rival was arrested. Thank you also, Hazel Kalemder, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Hazel. Hey, Sean TV, that's very generous of you, Sean TV. Wow, that's so nice of you. Thanks for all of your support. Sean TV, I really appreciate it, Sean. Thank you. It sounds like they're about to move forward, the police. Hey, thank you, Walter Beasley. That's very kind of you. Thanks so much for all your support, Walter Beasley, as well. Really appreciate it, Walter Beasley. Thank you. Okay, what's going on now? Oh, the water has started. Breaking news, the water has started. The water cannons have started. Breaking news from Ankara. They are spraying the protesters in Ankara, trying to clear them out of the street. Again, this is going on in Ankara, Turkey. The police are moving forward now. The police are moving forward. Oh, I think I'm hearing maybe pellets being shot, maybe some kind of non-lethal ammunition. It sounded like we heard some. Listen. Here the police come here. Look at those! Look at they're firing these. They're firing like pellets or something. Maybe pepper balls. I don't know what they're firing. I don't think it's lethal ammunition. It's probably not. I would assume non-lethal ammunition. But you saw them firing it there. Maybe some sort of rubber balls or pepper balls or something like that. Our viewers are saying paintball-like guns. Some of our viewers are saying rubber bullets of some sort. They're spraying. Look, they're spraying more. The trucks are spraying people further down. I think he'll probably catch up to the trucks, the reporter. They just took somebody into custody, it looked like. Legal Roof says undercover cops. Last night we saw people who looked like undercover police because they were taking somebody into custody, but they did not have police uniforms on. I don't know if we just saw that again. I don't know. Rusty Nail says it's surprising police haven't gone after the press yet. They actually reportedly have arrested a number of journalists. Reportedly, there have been a number of journalists arrested in Turkey. I read people covering the protests were arrested. Yeah, I mean, ABC News says Turkey detains journalists as protests intensify. That was an article from earlier today. Yeah, a media workers union said they detained several journalists from their homes. I think I posted something about that last night. Yeah, MLSA, which is the MLSA, which is a non-governmental organization in Turkey. MLSA Turkey said that at least 10 journalists were detained in dawn raids in Istanbul and Izmir. Now what's happening here? Did somebody get hurt, or is somebody being detained? Maybe somebody got hurt. I mean, you know, they were firing water cannons. They were firing, it looked like, non-lethal ammunition. So somebody could have gotten hit with something. Looks like they're taking that the person who's on the ground, they're taking that person away. They just took him away. Looked like the person got up and they took him away. Our viewer Corey Tashan thinks that they have some sort of pepper spray mixed in with the water they spray at people. I don't know. It's a good question whether they mix anything in with that water. So this one they cleared people out pretty quickly. I don't know if they were doing more than last night. I mean, I will say this. Tonight, on both feeds on Istanbul and Ankara, right when the police started making a move, they started firing what looked like, again, some sort of pellets or rubber bullets or something. Last night, we had streams yesterday from both Ankara and at least I know the Ankara stream, we watched them clear the street. I didn't see them firing that in the Ankara stream yesterday. I don't recall that. I also didn't see it in Istanbul, but we didn't have the Istanbul stream for as long yesterday. But I don't know if yesterday it took a lot longer on the Ankara stream we were watching yesterday. I don't know if it was the exact same location, but it took longer to clear people out. I don't know if that they maybe took a more forceful approach this time with firing that stuff. Because I don't, again, at least on the Ankara stream yesterday, I don't remember seeing that at all. Our viewer, one of our viewers thinks they're using, our viewer Savai Tracker thinks they are using repurposed paintball guns with pepper ball or normal pellet rounds. I don't know. But if you go back and watch yesterday, we were covering an Ankara protest, and it took a while. It was like they were slowly moving down the street, spraying stuff at people, but it took a while. This really moved fast. That might be the end of the feed. We'll see. We'll see if it's the end of the feed. When is his trial? That I don't know. The Economist article says they think that Imamoglu will be in jail for months and maybe years. Well, that's the end of that protest video. So there. So we showed the two videos. One from, we were watching a protest in Istanbul. We were watching one in Ankara. Did they spray? You know, the one in Istanbul we were watching, I don't even think we saw, do we even see water being sprayed? I think we saw pepper spray and some sort of non-lethal ammunition fired for that one. This one was the trucks and the stuff being fired. So, wow. Are we going to see more of these videos tomorrow? Where is this all going? I don't know. I do not know. But again, this is the main rival who has been nominated to run against Erdogan by the main opposition party in the next presidential election. He has been jailed. He has been, for alleged corruption, he has been stripped of his mayoralship. And a lot of experts see this as a really shocking move. Erdogan has been in power for over 22 years, first as prime minister, then as president in Turkey. By the way, I do want to mention, so when we first came on today, this was a Turkey and Trump stream. And what I said when we came on the air is, when I have a chance, we haven't even had a chance to play it, President Trump did have a cabinet meeting today, and some of that was filmed by the media, and I have the video of that. So before we wrap up, I will play that video. It goes on for a little while. We haven't even gotten a chance to watch it, so I will play that. Russell Bach says, kick Turkey out of NATO. You know, I've read you a couple articles today that said that European countries feel they need Turkey, one, to help perhaps in the peacekeeping force in Ukraine, but also European countries are worried that America might not really be as supportive anymore, might not be as strong an ally anymore with Trump in office, and that would be another reason to really want to keep Turkey's military support. Turkey has the second biggest army in NATO, and so that they could see, some experts think that a reason European reaction to this hasn't been stronger is that they really are prioritizing keeping the military alliance with Turkey. But muted reaction from Europe, really not much from the Trump administration negative about this. But where is all this going in Turkey? Are we going to see more protests? How is this all going to play out in the future? So a number of polls had Imamoglu leading Erdogan in the polls. I don't know what's going to happen in Turkey. We will have to see what happens. I think I'm going to play in a minute that Trump, because I said I would play it. I think I'm going to play the Trump cabinet meeting video from earlier today. By the way, a quick thanks for your support. Samet and PH Survivor 92 for the gift memberships. Mysterio McMamos, Lisa James from Turkey, Egi Hamidolu. Thanks again to Walter Beasley and Sean TV. I really appreciate your support. Red Squirrel says, I think Erdogan will be doing everything to hold on to power. We'll do a poll. One of our viewers to take a poll. We'll do a poll. Will Imamoglu be allowed to run in the next election? Against Erdogan. He's the one who was arrested. Yes or no? I'm posting the poll right now. And I'll show you what you guys said. By the way, here's a headline from today from Associated Press. Turkey detains journalists as protests grow over the jailing of key Erdogan rival. A media union said Turkish authorities arrested several journalists at their homes in a crackdown Monday amid growing protests over the jailing of Istanbul's mayor, a top rival to President Erdogan. A court arrested him and ordered him jailed pending a trial on corruption charges. His detention last Wednesday sparked the largest wave of street demonstrations in Turkey in more than a decade, deepening concerns over democracy and the rule of law. Let me just post this poll on Facebook, and then I will show you guys what you said as the poll results. The poll question is will İmamoğlu be allowed to run in the next election against Erdogan, assuming Erdogan runs, which I think is a popular assumption. Hang on, I have to just post the poll on Facebook. Then I will show you the results. Okay, let's see what you guys said. Over on YouTube, the vote on whether İmamoğlu will be allowed to run is, the vote is on YouTube. Oopsie, that's not what I want to show. The vote on YouTube is 73% says he will not be allowed to run. On YouTube, on Facebook, 86% say he will not be allowed to run. And on Twitch, what does Twitch have to say about this? And on Twitch, it is 89% say he will not be allowed to run. 90% on Twitch. Our viewer Robertson thinks Turkey and Hungary should be kicked out of NATO. Thank you for voting in our poll. That picture there on the screen is a protester being sprayed with pepper spray. That was from yesterday. Per Holstrand says it will look bad. It will look too bad or obvious if he's not allowed to run. Well, that's what's happening right now. As of right now, he's not allowed to run. We'll see if that changes. All right, thank you. Thank you for voting in the poll. All right, do some people want to see? I said I'll play it. I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it because this was, you can see Turkey protests and Trump updates. So what I'm going to do now is, hang on a moment here, is I'm going to do what I said I'd do earlier. Give me a second here. Oops. When I updated the title, I had a typo in the title. Well, it's okay. Happens sometimes. All right, I'm going to play for you guys. Hey, Can Aiken is in Turkey, I believe. Thanks, Can, for watching. I'm going to play the video of the Trump cabinet meeting, because I said I was going to do it before, and I stick to my word. So, for those of you who want to watch it, I'm about to play this video from today of the Trump cabinet meeting. You can see it right there. Hold on. I got to forward it here.
Jobs to
I think it might be weirdly, I don't know if the audio is on one side for this. I don't have control over that. But let's see here.
To some tremendous number.
Okay, this is the cabinet meeting, and I'm going to put on the screen earlier today. Oops, I didn't even get rid of this poll. Trump cabinet meeting. We haven't seen this. I haven't played this yet. We haven't had time. So I'm going to play it right now for you. Okay, here we go. Here is the Trump cabinet meeting video from earlier today that I've been telling you I will play. Here it is.
Thank you very much for being here. We had a very, very good cabinet meeting. We're on our way to some tremendous numbers. I think, first of all, many companies are now moving into the United States. They're coming back. Some of them left us from many years ago, decades ago, and they're all coming back. We have probably identified maybe $4 trillion worth of companies moving back or going to move back. Many of them have announced it's going to be tremendous jobs, high-paying jobs too. And you probably know the chip business, not because of the CHIPS Act, which was a disaster. You gave billions of dollars to companies that already have many billions of dollars. They said thank you very much. It was no incentive for them to use it. But what is good is the tariffs will make it so that they want to come back. That's why they're coming back. I think they're coming back because of the election that took place on November 5th and because of the fact that they have to come back because the tariffs are forcing them to come back. And remember, there are no tariffs if you build here, and that's a big factor. So we have record numbers. Howard was just telling me the numbers that we're talking about are crazy, beyond anybody's wildest expectation. So they'll be doing a lot of building, all sorts of businesses, including the basics of automobiles. We have, as you know, Honda is coming in with a massive plant to Indiana, but there are many plants that are happening, and literally some are started already. General Motors is already redoing plants that were half abandoned, or they have plants that weren't being fully utilized. They're going to be they and others are going to be making parts and other things in those plants so that it's one-stop shopping finally. It's ridiculous. You had to go to Mexico, you had to go to Canada, a car went all over the place. It was like, I don't know how that would have worked, but that's the way it sort of ended up. We had a deal, and we have a deal, which is fine, but people took advantage of the deal. They cheated. And when you cheat, the deals are unfortunate. But now what's happening is the numbers are beyond our wildest expectations. Now, having to do with cutting, we've done a lot of cutting from people, ideally the people that aren't doing the job. In many cases, people weren't attending jobs. In some cases, in many cases, people didn't exist. They had on the government rolls people that don't even exist. But of the ones that did exist, as you know, many didn't come to work. Many had no intention of coming to work. Many were paid and working someplace else. There were lots of bad scenarios, but they're being weeded out.
Hey, really quick, I'm so sorry. I forgot to thank somebody really quick. Raymond Alina. Thanks so much, Raymond Alina, for your support.
And I think we're probably ahead of schedule on that. And to me, something that was just terrible is the contracts that we're finding, the fraudulent contracts that we're finding where millions and millions of dollars and even billions of dollars in some cases were given out. And I think we'll start with that. I'd like to start with Doug Burgum, Secretary of the Interior. He told us about a couple of contracts that we have now found. When he got there, they saw this with Chris and everybody, and they couldn't believe it. Doug, could you just relate what you told us a little while ago?
No, happy to, Mr. President. There's a federal consulting group, which was a a group inside of Interior, but it was managing contracts from many different agencies that flowed through here. One of those contracts was to do surveys of individuals, $830 million for surveys. And so part of the question was, hey, could we actually see the surveys? And then the surveys came back, and a survey was like 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with 10 questions that anyone's child in junior high could have put together, or AI could have done for free. $830 million. So that's one that we've stopped. And that contract was going out after you were inaugurated, sir. So it was
So
jumping.
it's a pure fraud.
Yeah.
It's a fraud. But we've had many fraudulent contracts that were caught by the work that Elon and his people are doing, and working with our people. It's been brought to light that the fraud, not just waste and abuse, the fraud has been incredible. You mentioned one, Madam Secretary.
Well, yes, sir. Well, let me just add to that, and thank you. We just had a wonderful cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco. A similar contract we canceled in New York, again, educating transgender and queer farmers on food justice and food equality. I'm not even sure what that means, but apparently the last administration wanted to put our taxpayer dollars towards that. We canceled a $600,000 contract out of Louisiana that was studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men, a $600,000 contract. We canceled another contract out of a university in the middle of the country that focused on getting more diversity, equity, and inclusion into our pest management industry. Again, these are nonsensical. It makes zero sense to use taxpayer dollars to fund these. I know these are just a few examples of the hundreds and hundreds that we have found.
Well, a clear case of fraud was with the Small Business Administration, where they were handing out loans, $330 million worth of loans to people under the age of 11. I think the youngest, Kelly, was a 9-month-old who got a $100,000 loan. That's a very precocious baby we're talking about here.
We're tackling the fraud, waste, and abuse in the agency. We've seen, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud go unprosecuted, so we're taking that on. We have a zero-tolerance policy for fraud, and we continue to crack down on it and make sure people are held accountable.
It's amazing. And you have a lot of that. You've found far too much of it.
Hang on. Some issues with the audio. The video had some audio issues. Where did the audio go? It was, give it a second here. The video, it was, the audio was only in the left ear, and then it was fixed for 15 seconds, and now there's none. Let me go forward 30 seconds. What happened? That's weird. Hold on.
Interior,
yeah, it's the video itself. I have to write to AFP. It's their video. The video is messed up. Look, it's the video itself. It's not me. All right, well, I have to. Let me try something here. Hold on a second. Maybe they might have fixed it already. It's possible they fixed it already. Let me just check. Because that clearly is not going to work. It's video via AFP. But, and I downloaded it earlier. But clearly there is something wrong with that video. But who knows? Maybe they posted, or maybe they repost. If not, I'll have to write to them and say, "Hey, your video has an audio problem." Hang on a moment here. All right. I'm testing it out here. It's so strange. I think it's the same. I think it's the video. Hang on. Testing it out right now. Oh, I think they fixed it. I think they might have fixed it. Let me just confirm here, because I'm look.
Well, let me just add to that, and thank you. We just had a wonderful.
I think they might have fixed it. I have to download the new version. Yes, it looks to me like they fixed it. So if you hang on a minute, I'm downloading the new version, but it takes a couple minutes to download it. So hang tight, everyone. I'm sorry about that. So we'll pick it up from where it left off. I apologize. Normally that doesn't happen. By the way, thank you to Mitchell Pilot for your support. I really appreciate it. Mitchell Pilot. So it should be another minute or two before I have the other video for you. Yeah, I know, the audio was only on the left side, which was bad. But then it looked like they fixed it. But again, I just think what happened is for some reason they originally posted a video with bad audio and it got fixed. And that's why I'm just downloading it again. So I appreciate you guys being here for the coverage. If you missed it earlier, we covered the protests in Turkey. And because we didn't get to this, we are replaying the video from the Trump cabinet meeting. We're almost, the video is almost downloaded. We're very close to it being completely downloaded. Then I can play it again. I just have to keep an eye on it. Hopefully this works. I think it's going to work. Thanks also to all of our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical, Sarah 55, Janet B, Linda Bell, Glary, Misha on X, on Twitch, Bash and Girl, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev, Kayla Aribadi, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson over on Facebook. Thank you so much. Thanks Aaron Van S for subscribing over there. I think we're ready. Okay, we should be ready now. I think we're ready now. Are we ready now? Let's see. Hang on a moment here. I'm seeing him. Where is the volume? I think I haven't turned on the volume yet.
Tabs 2, please.
It's the same thing. It's so weird. It's the exact same thing. All right, well, that's really strange. It's the exact same thing. There's some sort of issue with them. I have to write to them. I'm sorry. There's some sort of issue with these videos when you download them. Let me message them. Okay, well, unfortunately, actually, there's one other chance. There's one other thing I might be able to do. There's one other way I might be able to do this. I think I can do it one other way. If you give me a second. We can still make this work. I think we can still make this work. But you got to give me a second, and let's do it this way. I am doing it the other way. Here we go. I think I'm still going to be able to do it. For those of you who have stuck around, I appreciate you sticking around. So can I do this? Let's see. I just have to cue it up to the right moment. I think I can do it. I'd like to see the rest of it. Okay, there it is. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think I can do it. If the audio works, hold on. Here's this. Here's this. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. I just got to figure out where it was. I got it. I found it. We're back. We're back. We can do this. Guys, we can do it. Here it is. Thanks for those of you who stuck around. Here is the rest of the cabinet meeting coming up. I think it's going to work.
Even worse. EPA has now canceled over $22 billion worth of contracts. $2 billion.
Hold on. Now I'm only hearing it out of one ear. That's better than no ears, though. I'm just going to play it and see what happens. This is the only other option I have, is to do it this way. So I'm just going to play it, and hopefully you get some audio. I'll try to bump up the audio as much as I can. How does that sound? Did it cut out again? Is that what happened? We may be doomed. See, that's nothing. I can't hear her. I could hear it before. Well, now it's just not working. The video is messed up. Can't hear anything. Can't hear a thing. Hearing nothing. And if I go to the beginning, I bet you're going to hear it again. Watch. Give it a moment. It'll play. I bet you'll hear the video in a second, because now we're not hearing it at all. What's happening? Well, now I did something. Now it's really confusing. Now I don't know what's happening. Because this should be playing. I'm just not hearing anything. Why is this not playing? I know there's audio here. What a mess. What a mess this is. Usually everything works fine with these videos. Not working fine today. Try it one more time. I'm really sorry, though. Ooh. Now, if I play this, will you hear it? Hold on.
And on behalf of all...
Yeah, it's not... It's something with them. It's something with them. I'm really sorry about this, guys, but I don't seem to be able to get any sound from these AFP videos right now. And I don't know why it is. It's really too bad. I don't think I've ever had that happen before with them. Never. But yeah, they're just missing volume on the bad volume. Yeah, here it is again. Yeah, it's bad volume and missing volume. That's what it is. We watched the first part. Oops, hold on. Where is it here? We played you this before, and we showed you the first part, and the volume was in the left ear, and then about a few minutes in, it just stops. Then you just hear nothing. No volume. Nothing. Same video.
And so part of the question...
No volume. All right, well, I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can do about it right now. I have run out of things I can do. So I will talk to AFP about it, and maybe they can fix it. I'm really sorry, but that is my source of the video. I've never had that happen before with them. I wonder if it was like that live. For all I know, when they were playing it live, it was like that. They might have had a problem with their microphone. I don't know. Anyways, well, again, I'm really sorry. But that's all I can do. I think it might be time. Let's see. Hold on a second. What is this? Some people are mentioning some other things. Also, I have another update real quick for you, for those who've stuck around. Another update real quick. There's a report from, where is it here? Okay. Washington Post says President Trump has revoked the Secret Service protection for former Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secret Service said. He was not automatically guaranteed Secret Service protection after leaving office in January, but Biden ordered a 6-month extension. He would have had that protection through mid-July. Okay, and also I do want to mention something else for those who haven't seen it. I posted about it earlier, but I'm going to have to eat something soon. But I do want to talk about something really quick, which is this whole crazy story about here. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. I'll post a link to the actual story. Trump officials texted war plans to a group chat in a secure app that included a journalist. This is before the U.S. launched that big attack on the Houthis. What was it, a couple weeks ago? A journalist somehow got included on their Signal group chat and was sent the war plans. And also was getting real time, could see their messages discussing the possible attack on the Houthis. I'm going to post a link to the actual story in the Atlantic in the chat. I already posted it on my X account. The link to the article, I'm posting the link to the article right now. The original article. You can read it. There, I just posted it. But you can see here, AP is reporting about the Atlantic article. Top national security officials for President Trump, including his defense secretary, texted war plans for upcoming military strikes in Yemen to a group chat in a secure messaging app that included the editor-in-chief for the Atlantic. The National Security Council, which is operates, I believe, in the White House, says the text chain appears to be authentic. The National Security Council is a council used by the President of the United States. It's in the executive branch. It's based in the White House. So they're saying it's authentic. Trump was asked about this earlier today, and he said he knew nothing about it. Trump told reporters he was not aware that the sensitive information had been shared 2.5 hours after it was reported. The material in the text chain contained operational details of forthcoming strikes on Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, including information about targets, weapons the U.S. would be deploying, and attack sequencing. It was not immediately clear if the specifics of the military operation were classified, but they often are, and at the least are kept secure to protect service members and operational security. The U.S. has conducted airstrikes against the Houthis since November of 2023. Just 2 hours after Goldberg received the details of the attack on March 15th, the U.S. began launching a series of airstrikes against the Houthis in Yemen. The National Security Council said in a statement it was looking into how a journalist's number was added to the chain in the Signal group chat, which included Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's Director of National Intelligence, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Also, from the article, you can see it included the Vice President. Goldberg said he received the Signal invitation from Mike Waltz, Trump's national security advisor, who was also in the group chat. In a statement today, White House spokeswoman Carolyn Leavitt said the president still has the utmost confidence in Waltz and the national security team. The president told reporters, "I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time." He added that The Atlantic was not much of a magazine. Government officials have used Signal for our organizational correspondence, but it is not classified and it can be hacked. Privacy and tech experts say the popular end-to-end encrypting messaging and voice call app is more secure than conventional texting. The sharing of sensitive information comes as Defense Secretary Hegseth's office has just announced a crackdown on leaks of sensitive information, including the potential to use of polygraphs on defense personnel to determine how reporters have received information. Sean Parnell, a spokesman for Hegseth, did not immediately respond to a request or a comment on why the defense secretary posted war operational plans on an unclassified app. The breach in protocol was swiftly condemned by Democratic lawmakers. Senate Democratic leader Schumer called for a full investigation. The top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, Jim Himes, said he was horrified by these reports. He said if a lower-ranking official did what is described here, they would likely lose their security clearance and be subject to a criminal investigation. The American people deserve answers. Okay. Anyways. Again, you can read the article in The Atlantic. In the Atlantic article, the person who was accidentally in this messaging chain posts some of the messages, and you can read them. Do I have that here? I'll post it again. Yeah, the title of the article is "The Trump Administration Accidentally Texted Me Its War Plans." And the other headline is, U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real. Then the bombs started falling, by Jeffrey Goldberg. So I'll post a link again to that. Roger Shoemaker says, what if bad actors had access to? One analyst I saw, who was it? Somebody I follow said that he thought that if they're using Signal, that China and Russia would have access to it. I don't know. Irradiated Potato says, so funny thinking they casually DM war plans in the presidential group chat. The reporter, Wednesday Adams, I don't believe the reporter released any classified info. Although I don't know. I mean, is it classified? I mean, the reporter wasn't, if you read the article, the reporter's not saying like getting into really a lot of military specifics or anything. Quirk Sugarplum thinks this isn't a well anyway story. This is a major ridiculous blunder. I mean, it's literally the presidential advisors discussing what they should do in Yemen and then also talking about the upcoming attack right before it happens. Our viewer, Dri Sala, says if somebody did this at any basic IT job, they would be fired immediately. Bab says all messages on BBC News and CNN. Did they post stuff too? Are they posting just the stuff from the article? I didn't see. April Coco thinks they are incompetent. That's no surprise. Yeah, let me show you something else about this. Washington Post. Hold on. It's right here. Here it is. White House acknowledges inadvertent leak involving top Trump officials. Several top officials in the Trump administration discussed highly sensitive military plans using an unclassified chat application that inadvertently included a journalist, the White House acknowledged Monday, a development that swiftly grew criticism from Washington's national security establishment. A spokesman for the National Security Council said the message thread appeared to be authentic and the administration officials were reviewing how an inadvertent number was added to the chain. The inadvertent number belonged to Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic, whose article details a robust policy discussion that occurred in the lead-up to a March 15th military operation targeting Yemen's Houthi militants. Goldberg reported being added to the group chat, which occurred on the encrypted messaging platform Signal by President Trump's national security advisor, Michael Waltz. Other participants in this chat included Vice President J.D. Vance, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and the CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Goldberg reported he received an invitation to connect on Signal on March 11th from an account identified as belonging to Mike Waltz. Goldberg, who has been criticized by Trump in the past, wrote he assumed it was Waltz but wondered whether it might be someone pretending to be Waltz. 2 days later, he received a notification through Signal that he was to be included in a group chat titled Houthi PC Small Group, in apparent reference to the Principals Committee meeting that typically includes cabinet members and other national security officials. Vance, according to the Atlantic article, said he thought the Trump administration was making a mistake by launching what U.S. military officials have since declared an open-ended operation against the Houthis. The vice president noted that about 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez Canal, where the Houthis have concentrated attacks on commercial shipping transiting the Red Sea, and that there is real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The Hegseth account, according to the Atlantic report, responded a short time later. He understood Vance's concerns and fully supported the vice president raising them with Trump. The defense secretary then appeared to add that the messaging is going to be tough no matter what, because nobody knows who the Houthis are. And so those plotting the operation should seek to convince the American public that 1, Biden failed, and 2, Iran funded. Contrary to Vance, Hegseth supported military action, saying there was a risk that the Trump administration's plans to attack could leak publicly or that Israel could take action against the militants first, leaving the administration unable to start this on our own terms. As the bombing moved ahead, Hegseth's account shared in the thread details that Goldberg said he believed could put at risk the safety of U.S. troops or intelligence officials. Those details, the Atlantic article says, allegedly included the specific weapons to be used and in which sequence the targets would be hit. Chris McVeigh says the reporter was careful not to release sensitive material except for the cabinet chat. Again, I'll post the link to the article for those who want to read it. Yeah, real crazy story. Fiji Island says, good grief. Game Judge James thinks the reporter did what they were supposed to do. They reported. Karl-Heinz Riedler thinks it looks so bad. Mona L says, who is responsible for it? Well, there's the person who sent the reporter the invite, but I don't know. You know, there's the choice to, I can't say if other people were responsible. There's the choice to have this discussion on Signal. You can hear, it says down here in the AP article, there are strict laws around handling defense information. Handling of defense information is strictly governed by law under the century-old Espionage Act, including provisions that make it a crime to remove such information from its proper place of custody, even through an act of gross negligence. In the Biden administration, some officials were given permission to download Signal on their White House-issued phones, but were instructed to use the app sparingly, according to a former national security official. The official said Signal was most commonly used in the Biden administration to communicate what they internally referred to as tippers, to notify someone when they were away from the office or traveling overseas that they should check their high side inbox for a classified message. The use of Signal became more prevalent during the last year of the Biden administration after federal law enforcement officials warned that China and Iran were hacking the White House, as well as officials in the first Trump administration, according to the official. Anyways, this is not a classified app. But, I can't say, it would seem that, in part at least, Mike Waltz is at fault for inviting somebody to the group who was not supposed to be there. But did Mike Waltz send that invite? Does he have an assistant who does it? I don't know. Is anybody else at fault here? I can't say. Songbird thinks someone got app happy. Breezy says, who needs WikiLeaks when this happens? SC thinks the reporter was very responsible with all the information. All right, so that happened today. I wanted to mention that. That's been a big story. We didn't really get to talk about that earlier. In the Reuters article about this, they say White House mistakenly shares Yemen war plans with a journalist at The Atlantic. They say hours before the attack started, Defense Secretary Hegseth posted operational details about the plan in the messaging group, including information about targets, weapons the U.S. would be deploying, and attack sequencing. The Atlantic article omitted the details, but Goldberg termed it a shockingly reckless use of Signal chat. Again, Trump said he was unaware of the incident when asked about it today. All right. So one more time, if you want to read the article, I'm posting the link. You can read the article yourself. Go check it out if you want. All right, guys. I think we have basically done what we came here to do today. Unfortunately, there was a problem with that video of Trump's cabinet meeting, but an audio issue, but I can't fix that myself. So, Walrus says, can you imagine if that reporter was compromised? Look, I mean, I don't know. I've seen concerns expressed today that other countries could have gotten access to that. That I don't know. But that is certainly a concern. All right. Anyways, well, I'm going to wrap up this stream. If there's big news tonight, I'll come on the air and cover it. I really appreciate you being here for our coverage of the ongoing protests in Turkey and some Trump updates, double coverage today. And yeah, again, if there's big news, we will come on the air and cover it. But thank you for joining us in the channel today. And thanks to those of you who stuck around for the extra coverage after the Turkey coverage, in spite of the audio issues. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Also, turn on the notifications so you get a notification sent to you when we're going live, because I can't tell you in advance when we're going live most of the time. I don't know when big news is going to happen. So if you don't want to miss a stream, we have free notifications. They work awesome. You sign up once, you get a notification every time. We do it through Discord. The mods will post the link to sign up for the notifications in the chat. You can find it in the description of this video too on Facebook and YouTube. So sign up for the notifications. And also, you can follow me for updates about the news on X, @Lookner. @Lookner right there. Follow on X for breaking news. I'm always posting about new news on my X account. A bunch of viewers have been messaging to me today about that story. I posted about it earlier on X, but thanks to the viewers who have been messaging me. And thanks to all of our moderators. Let's shout out our moderators. They are the reason that we can even have chat rooms. Thanks so much to our mods like Sabrina, Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. I really appreciate all of your efforts in the chat. Janet B, all of our other YouTube moderators there. Thank you so much. Linda Bell, Clarity, Misha over there on X. On Twitch, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you. All of our mods, all of our other mods too, thank you so much. Also, thank you, Mitchell Pilot, for your support. Appreciate it, Mitchell Pilot. And Frosted. Oh, I owe a couple thank yous. Frosted and Red Squirrel 82 and Stinky Pinky. Thanks for your support. Also, D4F3. Thanks for being a member. Anthony Chaccio. Sorry, I got a little behind on the thank yous. My bad. Anthony Chaccio, thanks for the gift membership. Thanks to everybody who donated. Super nice of you guys. That is what allows the channel to be on the air, your support. So I really appreciate it. Hopefully by... Oh, Sven Christensen. Thanks for the gift subs. Sven Christensen. It's really nice of you. If you ever want to donate, go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you so much for your support of the channel, which lets it exist. Also, hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. It's our Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like doing that. Check out the Discord chat. It is the same as the link to the notifications. Same link. Discord, chat, check it out. Thanks so much to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Another good way to find out when we're going live is to follow us. If you're on X, follow us on Agenda Free TV, at Agenda Free TV on X, at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. And by the way, thanks again to Recep Soylu for letting me read his analysis of Turkey. You can check out Recep over there, if I'm pronouncing that name right. I'm sorry if I'm not. At RAGIPSOYLU. I read some of his analysis today of the situation in Turkey. He's a Turkish reporter who I follow. So you can check him out if you'd like. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed his analysis. Thanks for letting me share it. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, make sure you subscribe over there. No, sorry. Make sure you turn the notifications on YouTube. If you're already watching on YouTube, that's very helpful for finding out when we're live on YouTube. But the way to do that is you got to subscribe first on YouTube, and then you click this bell, and then you choose all notifications. So click the bell and choose all notifications over there on YouTube to get the YouTube notifications. What else? Hey, big thanks to our supporters, like our Twitch subscribers who support the channel, like Blue Devil 2K1, Shaggy, Wall Street, Sven Christensen, Douthis, Broken Neck Radio, Guerra King, Chi-Town Bear, Gina Pina, Uncle Floyd GG, thank you, Sarah, I Am You Are Me, Rob from HD, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thanks so much for watching over there. Very much appreciated. And for watching and for supporting the channel over there on Twitch by subscribing. Thanks so much, Twitch subscribers. And also our Facebook subscribers, people like Michael Clayton, Aaron Van S., Sharon Klassen Gosselin, Lou Green, Eve Richards, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, LT. Thank you, all of our Facebook subscribers. Susan Priest Buchner, thank you. Rita Evans Lang, and all the other subscribers on Facebook, and our YouTube moderators. Thanks for YouTube moderators. YouTube members. My brain has stopped working. People like Evelyn in Maine, Roger Shoemaker, Ken Lance, Neeby. Good to see you, Neeby. Ivan, the one and only, J.K. Sinar, CAC 813, Eric Johnson, Anna, Roger Shoemaker, Confidence in God, Mona L, Kelly McAlien, Mama 457 Rose, Dr. McRib, Danny G, Jane Jones, William Cromer, Pat W, Kimmo, Jackball TV, Envy, Kathleen Dorigo, all of our other members over there too. And all of our other viewers, thanks for watching the channel. Princess Kidda, Dog Says, our member Walrus, thank you. All right, we are going to wrap this up. Sativa 2, Emotional Damaged, Quirk Sugar Plum, Artist Caverlin, Paula Thompson, Chris McVeigh, and all of our other viewers, thank you. All right, we're wrapping this up. Again, if there's big news tonight, we'll come back on the air. I really appreciate you watching the channel and tuning in today. And thanks for letting me read your comments on the air and for sending in updates. All right, guys. So that is it for now. We have been bringing you live coverage of the Turkey protests and also some updates from the Trump administration. If you missed it, you can go back and watch the Turkey protest footage if you want. But that is it for now. Thank you for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.